It should be better. Shoot. This mic is really sensitive. That should be better. Maybe not actually. I don't understand how the sensitivity works, but whatever. What's up, Jonah? You may hear a bit of sniffling, but whatever. My allergies are kind of. It was worse earlier. It's kind of why I didn't stream earlier, but. What's up, Operatix? Yeah, what's up, Samsu? What's up, Gom Mode? Oh, there we go. Never mind. That was weird. Really weird. Why it wasn't working. Oh, never mind. That it's the opposite. It's not that. It's the Wait a minute. Let's see. Nope, wrong one. I don't know. Wait a minute. Is that better? I don't know how to do this. I don't know. Is that better? I don't know. Hopefully that's better. Seems really loud, doesn't it? Down a bit. Now that should be better. I hope. What's up, G-Sam? my key player. Pick what to finish this section? Entire project. Oh, the entire project. Okay. Really too. Okay, yeah. It's. Give me a second. Okay, I think that's better. Hopefully that's better. Okay. It's probably going to take. Now, I don't know how many streams, but I think I can finish this around February, something like that. I don't know specifically how many streams. You'd have to see how many streams I do per month or in the past 2 months. Even though it's actually not that accurate because I couldn't stream for 2 weeks because of internet issues, but I'm not too sure. Um, so. Yep, I kind of expected that. I did that. David. Something rough. Okay, I think that's better. Yeah, I think that's better. I'm not too sure though. Alright, yeah, this is kind of annoying actually, I'm not gonna lie. Just a little bit. Some crazy guy. I'm doing pretty good. It's still gonna be a little bit of sniffling, but it shouldn't be that bad after a while. It should slowly be going away. Mainly from allergies. Finally, my god. Heck is a quinium. It's better. Does that even make sense? Because it's apparently a quinquennium is literally just a period of 5 years. Unless there's more different definitions. Oh, it literally means 5-year. That's literally what quinquennium means. So apparently I'm a period of 5 years. Which is kind of funny. Seeing that sentence and knowing the definition now. Oh yeah, how many hours am I at? What was it, 146? I think it was 146. I was at, now I'm at 158 I think now. Or something like that. What's up, Patrick? I have not started on the other dimensions. I'm gonna start them after I finish this. I'm going in order. I'm going from the biggest dimension to the smallest. Also, technically the order of Minecraft in general, which would be the overworld, the nether, and the end. Literally the end. The end will literally be the end of the project. Just like it is the end of Minecraft, technically. The end of the actual, like, story. Or technically story, in quotes. I guess. I want to finish by around February. That's my goal, basically. Somewhere around February. If it goes into March, then whatever, because I did spend 2 weeks. I couldn't stream for like 2 weeks because of internet issues. Hopefully I don't run into any more, but... Yes, it does. These sections go to a crawl, with these lava pools. Towards the end, at least. Yeah, water. Actually, I need to get some more water. I don't even know if I grabbed that, Okay, give me a second. There we go, that's better. You know, every time I fall into lava, it gives me, like, less and less confidence going into the nether. I'm not gonna lie. Because at the same time, I'm gonna be basically shifted, or, like, crouched almost the entire time in the nether, at least at the beginning, which is gonna make it very slow, but... I think 158 hours or something like that. That's not accounting for today, though. Technically 159 at this point, but if you're accounting for today, that is. I think if I did it tomorrow, I should be at 160 something, and then I should be finishing the section around 170 hours. Which is not bad. Something like that at least. I should finish by tomorrow, even if I have to do something tomorrow. Oh, god dang it. Oh, one of my light bulbs went out in my room. Whatever. It's not enough light anyway. It's not that much light. I didn't even really notice it until I saw the light flickering. I think that's when it went out, was when it just flickered now, but I wouldn't have noticed it. Yeah, I'm on peaceful. Crazy guy. You know, just thinking about it, it was only a 25-hour. That water, if this takes around 170 hours. It was only 20 hours. Also, the 202 hours is also accounting for placing torches. So I may have to account for placing torches in the calculations, which I mean I guess is technically part of the project. So maybe I may try to figure out a way to. It was probably like 200. I'm just gonna round it to 200 because I think it only took like a couple of hours. I think I'm gonna have to round it. There's no way. There's no point in not rounding it. It's such a specific number that there's no reason to not round it. It won't change the results anyway. So if it takes 170 hours. It's only a 25-hour difference between placing, literally destroying an entire deep ocean compared to just barely destroying any water. It's kind of weird, actually. Like you would think water takes that much longer, but it really doesn't. It's kind of surprising, actually. Which makes the numbers even more accurate, technically. Because if it's only a 20-hour difference between one of the lowest water sections and one of the highest. In this world, it's kind of insane, actually, thinking about it. That means it's probably like an average of 180 something hours per section. Which is roughly, I think it's 17 sections. $3,060. I don't know. I don't think it's as. I don't think this project actually takes as long as you would think. I mean, yeah. I mean, it still takes probably around 3,000 hours. Don't get me wrong. That's a long time for one project. You could have probably mastered an entire skill by that point, if not multiple. I know they say 10,000 hours, whatever, but mastery is kind of subjective. But if you want to say just, how about this learning? Learning like several skills by this point, almost entirely, which technically mastery is having full knowledge and/or learning every skill to its absolute potential, or maybe not absolute potential. I mean, you gotta think like mastery is kind of weird because it's like you're not. I mean, if you master something, it's kind of subjective of like the way you define something being mastered or not. I guess just if you have full confidence in the entire process of the skill itself, then you could consider it mastered. I mean, like, think about, like, if you pick up an instrument or something like that. When does it get to the point where you can say, oh yeah, I've mastered this instrument? Just as an example. Like, where is that threshold at? Is it kind of just like, okay, so I'm pretty good at a lot of songs, for example. I can play every note at absolute ease. Is that technically mastery of an instrument? I have no idea, but... Like when I played Beat Saber, for example, I pretty much mastered the game within a pretty short amount of time, but I wasn't even close to being the best. So it's like mastery and perfection perfection would mean to the point where you can literally play any song. Like, for example, I'm just gonna use an instrument for example. Mastery would mean like you could play any song. Or you can just about play any song. But I would say, and maybe make your own, even make your own song with it, honestly. But, you could say the highest potential you could have in, the highest potential, or the most meaningful amount of mastery, up to a certain point, I guess, is like, you could literally, actually no, I'd say mastery is you could play just about any song, and the highest potential with the instrument you could possibly do probably is make any song. I don't know. It's really weird of what's considered mastery or not. 10,000 hours sounds like a bit too much though for mastery. I mean, yeah, I know it depends kind of on your type and stuff like that. And if you're good enough to, if you're actually willing to put in the efforts and or hold on to it with willpower combined, the deliberateness, I guess you could say, with willpower and the effort with just effort in general. Kind of like how I've been doing this with this project. Like, I held on to it with willpower, and I, put in the effort to get the job done, basically. Or I'm getting the job done. And you get this. This is the result. You just have to not be worried that something will get in the way of this and the project and me finishing it, just in general. Which I've learned that lesson harshly, let me tell you that much, of holding too much onto this project. At a certain point. Well, it's basically neglecting just about everything else for this project, which was a horrible idea. And a horrible mindset, because I really didn't have anything else going for me, though. That's the thing. It was kind of sad, but at the same time it was kind of my fault because I didn't actually like develop anything else going for me. I just kind of tried to hold on to what I actually already like had in the first place. And I was actually making more progress. I'm making more progress now with more responsibilities. It sounds a bit weird, but like, even with I think it was just because I was just I was basically letting myself live in chaos, which was really bad. I don't recommend it. Like chaos in itself actually could be a good thing, but it gets to the point where you need a little bit of order, just a little bit of order to keep yourself moving, I guess you could say, in some form or another. I mean, this is probably why people say, like, when they get older, like, they always say, like, they always get, like, a little job or something like that to keep themselves moving, is because in the older ages, generally, if you're retired or something like that, generally you're gonna live in chaos in some form or fashion. This is why growth is something that's basically wired into our brains to continue. And it's also kind of where true happiness comes from, is growth in certain areas. And people can disagree with me on that, but honestly, I think it's pretty plausible to say that improvement and or growth in any form or shape of your life is pretty much the ultimate happiness to some degree. I mean, if you think about it, humanity in itself represents that, of like moving forward over and over again, or like survival of the fittest, for example, or um, yeah, just carrying on. I don't know, but yeah, it's a bit weird, but could argue that happiness on its own is really improvement. Like, literally, happiness equals improvement, even if it's negative improvements. It could still lead to happiness, which is where like addictions and drugs and all those little bit less meaningful improvements, I guess you could say, in your life comes from really. It's kind of weird. So like the motivation for improvement really can dictate people wanting to improve their status, for example, like power or money, for example. Like how they say the root of all evil is money. I don't know about that one. I think there's deeper roots than just money. I could argue that the choice of a person is technically the root of all evil, but it's also the ultimate good of a person as well. Because they're in balance. I mean, money in itself can be good. I mean, if it wasn't, then it can be good. So it's not really a root of evil if it can be good. I mean, on its own, it's a bit weird, but I don't know. I just don't think even. I mean, you could say it's the root of evil, but it really isn't the root of evil. I mean, there's deeper roots than just money. I think it's a very I think it's pretty surface level to think that money in itself is the actual root of evil. I mean, you could argue that society in itself could be the root of evil because society is the one that dictates the value of money, really, or has dictated the value of money as a whole, or throughout all societies, really. But I don't think it's actually I don't think it's actually like a huge group of things, though. I think it's an individual. Because I would say the individual makes an impact far more than a group of people. Like, for example, this project could arguably be the most inspirational project in this game. Arguably, that is, compared to even the Build the Earth. It's not really... I mean, when you see a group of people doing something, it's kind of cool to see, but it's not like... It's not relatable, if that makes sense. It's not like, wow, you can actually do that type of thing. I mean, the Farlands was pretty inspirational when it was first seen by, not seen, but done by Kilo. Back in June 2020, because he did something that really very few people thought was possible. I mean, there are probably people that, I mean, to be fair, it's like 800 hours and people spend a lot more time doing one thing than with 800 hours anyway, but I mean, and it was still for some reason considered impossible, but whatever. It's a bit weird. So I would argue that an individual's choice is technically the root of evil. But also because I mean, you gotta think there's representations, like a person can represent something far more than a group of people. Or be a role model. What do you think of role models exist? Because it's a representation of what somebody could be. It's their relatability. It's like they always say, oh yeah, be this person's role model. You're not talking to a group of people about this. Usually you're talking to an individual. That's why I want this project really to hit home. I want it to absolutely shatter this community. What's up, Jack? It's been going pretty good. I think it's been going pretty good. Much better than last. Well, I wouldn't say much better because I did blow up that year, and that was a pretty, or at least at the beginning of the year. It was I mean, last year wasn't really that bad for me. I mean, obviously for a lot of people, like majority of people probably. Let's be honest here, it was pretty bad. But I would say the first half of this year wasn't that great. I'm not gonna lie, but the second half definitely got way better. It was kind of a weird year. I would say overall it's been pretty good though. Last year was even more polarizing, honestly. What the heck are these words? Does this mean? I know the other sentence made literally no sense, so I'm gonna look up the definitions to these. Apparently that makes no sense because circambulate literally means to walk around an idol. And or like something you worship and or whatever, honestly. Yeah, I mean, looks pretty obvious. Because you're saying, when do you intellectualize your good lord, Jesus Christ, when do you intellectualize your circumambulate, what? I don't know. I don't know what you're even trying to say with that sentence. But, yes. That's my answer to that. Close. Do you have a dictionary open or something? And just pulling the most insane words out? God dang, I have 9 viewers, what the heck? That's kind of surprising out of the blue, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, yeah. There's some really odd words, isn't there? Apparently none of those words really fit together, though. I'm just saying that much right now. Seriously, they just don't fit together. Oh yeah. 7 college degrees. God dang, that would take 3 decades, even with just bachelors. Almost 3 decades. It'd be like 50 something by the time you get your, all 7 of them, with just bachelors, not even counting. 3.5, just over. I would say I'm nearing 4 years. Let's go with that. I technically started this project. I mean, I guess technically started mining before this, but before December 2017. But I didn't really make this a project until December 2017, if that makes sense. Like, I mined a small section in this world. It was only like a 200 by 50 section. Which, you would think a 200 by 50 is pretty big, right? It's a way smaller section than you would think. Seriously, like, it's way smaller than you would think. It's actually kind of sad. Exponential growth is quite powerful, let me tell you that much. If it's even exponential. It's more like, not exponential, but... What is it, I guess it's just squared growth. It's like, I don't know. Dude, I love the sunsets on these level, on this level. On this, I mean, I guess I am on a level. Or the sun rises in this, for this one. But, I love the sunrises and sunsets on this I guess this level is pretty nice, but, this world. They're so nice. It's also kind of terrifying seeing the background, I'm not gonna lie. Seeing the black background, like the... You can't see anything for... It's oddly deceptive. I mean, look at that thing. You can't even see the other wall anymore. I don't think you can even see the wall from towards the center. You can see that thing over there, but can't really see. I got 246. That's pretty nice. That's like a quarter of this world, I think. Wait, no, it's not. It's not a quarter. It's not even close to a quarter. It's like a... It's like a 12th of this world. Almost. I mean, that's more blocks than like 90, probably 95% of people can say they've mined in their entire Minecraft time playing. Honestly, just that alone. There was another person, crazy guy who mined. I think it was a 200 by 200. He did it with another person. I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was. Was it David? I don't know. One of those two. Pretty sure. It was for like a giant base or something like that, which is pretty cool. Can you imagine making a base out of a world this big, out of a section this big, 800 by 860 by 860 or 862 by 862 section? So he didn't walk. Okay, so Kilo didn't walk to the border with he walked the to the far lands at 12 million blocks, but there's already a guy walking to the border. He's like 8 million, I think, blocks away. His name is Fig. He walked to the corner lands. I don't know if you know about that. I'm not surprised. Maybe I should just do a what is it called? Destroy as many blocks with a TNT duper type of thing. Cause I kind of curious. I wonder if anybody would be curious to see how many blocks I could destroy with just a TNT or it's the world miner or whatever, the TNT duper, whatever. There's multiple. It's basically the one that can go off screen. It's like the quarry miner or whatever. I don't know what it's specifically called. I couldn't even imagine what you could destroy if you only just destroyed the world with those. Nice. Honestly, I barely even know if I don't think I've actually ever seen a spelling bee in real life, like at all. Like I've never even heard of one in real life, like near where I'm at. Like they feel non-existent to me, let me tell you that much. I mean, to be fair, this type of mine is actually kind of a one of a kind because you don't get this torch pattern with the TNT. You can't get this torch pattern unless you place all the blocks, but usually it just destroys everything in the section. So you don't get this nice flat ground like with this. It's a good thing about it's pretty clean. Oh yes. Yeah, my boots are really gonna take a beating, aren't they? I mean, they only have a durability of 428, something like that, 429. I mean, at least the helmet. I mean, actually, well, the helmet should take more of a beating because it only has a durability of 363. But I mean, but to be fair, it is more submerged in the lava than just takes more damage overall, I guess. Wait, what was the durability? I kind of forgot. I think it was 429. It was either 429 or 428. I don't know which one. I know Diamond Chestplate has a durability of 529. No, it was 395. Actually, no, no mind. Yeah, I think it was 395. Oh, it was 429. What's up, Bud Tom? I'm at 80% right now. Just around 80%, probably 81 at this time. I don't know, some weird number. 80.5, let's go with that. I think I just recently hit 80 though. I am 3 sections away. I think after this I'll have 3 sections left. 3 and a third. 3 and a third, roughly. Something like that. I mean, to Upper Ninth, you can walk to the, I was gonna mention this earlier, but you can walk to the far lines. You can be the third person to walk. If you wanted to, if you really want to, go ahead. It's still gonna be around 900 hours total. Probably close to, I'd say close to 1,000 if you account for preparation, but I'd say probably 9 to 950. So the first two people that I know of, I don't know if a third person has or not. Actually, no, technically, never mind, I'm stupid. Big walked to the Cornerlands, so yeah, technically he walked there as well. But so there's that. I mean, so you could be the fourth person, I guess, if you want to be the fourth person to walk to the Farlands. You know, they should make like a Hall of Fame of like the people who walk to the Farlands, like a Wikipedia page or something like that, that like just keeps track of the people who've walked. Like a montage, a Farlands montage of the people who have walked to the Farlands. Which are only 3 at the moment. There may be more people, maybe. I don't know if anybody has the motivation to be the fourth person to walk to the Farlands, though. I don't know about that one. Could technically be the first person to walk to the border, though. I mean, if Fig doesn't continue to post. It's been a couple of weeks, I think. Okay, there we go. Save and drink some water. What's up, Kento? Seriously, just trying to shorten up these names as much as possible. I need to practice shortening names, for the future. It's gonna suck though if there's like two names that are super similar to each other, and I can't really shorten them. So close. This world's already looking pretty cursed, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, this world's been cursed, let's be honest here, since I first mined back in like the 50% mark. It didn't look that bad before 50%, but after 50%, it's gotten even more cursed. But to be honest, it's gonna be very satisfying when I actually finish. In terms of the looks, the maps. It's pretty bad. I mean, I don't think it's as bad. Like, I don't think it's as bad, but it's pretty close. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's as bad though. I don't think there's gonna be a section unless somehow these last three sections, at least one of these, has an insane amount of lava. It's like the last section just has a giant, just the entire thing's filled with lava. It'd be ridiculous. It's gonna be like the hardest section ever. It's actually gonna be one of the easiest sections, weirdly enough. I don't mean like the tiny section on the edge, I mean like the final big section. It's gonna be pretty easy for the most part, if you think about it, because it's not gonna be that much water for the most part. It's gonna be like 75% land for the most part. God damn it. Redstone. Rip redstone. Oh god, that was weird. I didn't expect to hop up like that. Huh. Wait a second. Yeah, I think it'd be really funny if like the last like 3 layers were just almost pure lava. Oh yeah, time to go back to more what is it called? I want to see if I can do I want to see if I can do block IDs. See if I can remember. This is like the true test. I don't know how I'm gonna remember this, but it's gonna be really difficult. This may take a little bit to remember. Okay, this is gonna be very obscure to remember this. I'm just gonna mention that real fast. So just be prepared. I'm probably just gonna think of almost any way to put this stuff together. It could be the most obscure way possible. And it's purely using the information that's in front of me. Okay, so the first block IDs is it's 0, which is air. I mean, that one's pretty simple. Air is the first block ID, and then it's 1, which is stone. Stone is the very first block ID. Yeah, stone has a block ID of 1, so it's air and stone. Those are the first 2. And then there's stone variants, which the stone variants are still technically have a block ID of 1, but they have a semicolon in the middle with the 6 stone variants of themselves. Which this is not counting like deep slate. I'm pretty sure this isn't counting deep slate, so. So definitely just keep that in mind. This is gonna be painfully hard to remember some of these. but let's try it anyway. And there's like 400 something things to remember. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so it's the, Alright, so we have Ironstone, 0, 1, then there's six, block, yeah, 6 stone variants, which would be 1, semicolon, 1 through, 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, I don't know how to say these, but all 6 of them, which, it starts with 1, which is stone, 1.1, which the only way I'm gonna remember this, it's the regular variant, stone variant, and then it's the polished variant. That's usually how the order works. It's regular, polish, regular, polish, regular, polish. Which, if you remember what the different variants are, you just do reverse. It's listed in a reverse alphabetical order, which would be granite, diorite, andesite. So it'd be 1 to 1, which is granite, 1 to 2, which is polished granite, 1 to 3. Yeah, 1 to 3. I mean, you get it, right? It's like 1 to 1. I mean, that's actually really easy to remember. It's hard to say them all, like, I'm not gonna lie. So just remember it's like 1 to 6, reverse alphabetical order, so GDA, and then it's, goes regular, polished, regular, polished. It's regular variant, polished variant, regular, polished. Yeah. Next is grass 2. Let's see here. So grass would be 2. So dirt is 3. Dirt is below grass, which would mean that the number is 3 is below 2. Or you could even say the grass block itself is above dirt, which would be 2. 2 is above 3. Numerically speaking, no less. These are gonna get really difficult, aren't they? Like, really, really difficult. Then we have the dirt, which is 3. And then we have, the dirt variants, which there's 2 dirt variants, which is 3-1 and 3-2. Which, if you want to do another alphabetically, it's alphabetically in order instead. So it's coarse dirt, and then podzol, CP, something like that. Coarse and podzol. After that is cobblestone. You know, I could probably just go to each of the sites for each of the blocks and see what I can figure out. You see what I mean, though, with memorizing anything? You literally just, all you have to do is just figure out a pattern of logic, basically, within the information that you're given, pretty much. That's all you're doing. Which some of these are gonna get extremely obscure. Extremely, I would say. They're probably gonna get very obscure. Trying to figure out how to do this. I may have to just look up what cobblestone, see what their block values are for that one. I know it's 4, cobblestone is 4, and then the oak planks are 5, and then it's the variance, but I'm trying to figure out how I know that order, because I need it as a reference, an internal reference. That's what logic is. It's literally just internal references. While TE or rationale is external references. I just said that, but there's a lot of lava actually in this area, this specific area. You know, this is actually pretty close, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'd say overall, it's pretty close to that section. It's more spread out though, I noticed, the lava, but there's a lot of it in this section. Just in general, not in like one area like the other one was, but there's just a lot in... just in general. a good way to remember that? It's... I could say they're alphabetically correct. Like, alphabetically, it's cobblestone then wooden planks, but I don't know. Guess I'll just go with alphabetically for now. If I forget it, then, I just don't know, though. So this stream is gonna end pretty soon. Sorry, not soon, but in like, it's gonna be a pretty short stream, especially compared to yesterday's. But it won't be that big of a deal. I'm pretty sure I'll finish it by tomorrow. If I can actually fall asleep at a good time, that'd be nice. As if these layers don't take so long, my god. Seriously, like, these layers are taking forever. They feel longer than usual, I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit weird. Like, when I say usual, I mean compared to the other sections at these layers. I still remember the copper ore thing. Do you remember any of the information on it? Were you even here for that? Shit, I don't even remember. Heartburn. Oh god, this one's pretty bad. Do you remember talking about or remember me mentioning the copper ore yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Like how it spawns at layers between 0 and 96, and its most common layers are between 47 and 48. And then it has the blast resistance and hardness of 3. I think it's all I actually remember. Or not what I remember, but like... I mean, it is what I remember, but when it comes to, it's all I really learned yesterday, I guess. Oh, you don't remember? Oh, give me a second. Okay. Let's see here. Water as well.
see here. Okay, I got it. So it has the same blast resistance as stone. I mean, it should have the same blast resistance. Actually, doesn't it? I mean, it shouldn't actually. Cause isn't it? Wait a minute. Yeah, it does. Never mind. Yeah, it does. Has a hardness of 2. Okay, so if you just subtract the hardness and the blast resistance, which is the higher number, and you subtract the, or if you subtract the higher number of blast resistance and the hardness of 2, you get the block ID of 4. So I just learned the hardness of cobblestone, and I learned the blast resistance and the block ID in literally one calculation. Power of weird memory techniques, logical techniques, I guess. I know it's completely pointless, but it's still a nice experiment. I can't jump 2 blocks. Dude, I don't think I actually remember anything from elementary school. There was nothing really notable about elementary school, personally. I guess the only thing I can really remember is this fun run thing that we did. It was like a mile run. It's the only thing I can kind of remember. Thought I was so slick passing everybody. I'll totally admit it, I was extremely arrogant for running throughout school, just in general. It was probably one of my most prideful things. Like, it's one of the few things where I was like, legitimately, like, I could feel the pride of it. Like, it wasn't like it was like something I didn't notice. Like, I actually knew I was actually pretty prideful when it came to running, for the most part. I mean, it was kind of something I was pretty much, for the most part, better than anybody at the school. Even without much training. Like, even a little bit of cross-country practice, for example. I was freshman year, beating seniors when we did mile runs for a bit. In the entire athletics, I was freshman year, beating everybody in our school. No, it was sophomore year, not freshman. It was sophomore, never mind. I think I still probably could beat majority, if not like almost everybody freshman year anyway. Especially since I think that was when my knees didn't really give out on me at the time. Can't imagine. Okay, time to go back to oops. Okay, let's see here. Oakwood planks is what it was. Wow, that's really easy. That's so weird. If you just add the blast resistance and the hardness, you get the block ID of the planks, which is 5. That's super weird. So for cobblestone, you subtract the blast resistance and hardness, and with the wooden planks, you just add them. That's really weird. I've been learning wrong for, I don't want to know how long, honestly, it feels like. I can't even think about how long I was learning. I'm trying to think of how much I actually don't. I mean, Now I'm actually not surprised that I don't remember that much from high school. I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to have that revelation. I think it's revelation. I could say realization, but I love that word, revelation. I think it's revelation. I mean, it's kind of. It's a very intense word, I guess you could say, for just saying that, but I guess it is kind of a revelation. I mean, I would say my biggest revelation when it comes to learning something was the realization of how little effort. You don't actually realize how little effort you put into things until you actually, like, look back on them. Seriously. It's actually pretty insane. It's like, wow, you know, actually, I put in basically no effort. They say put in the bare minimum, I put in below the bare minimum. People's bare minimum effort is different for everybody, and mine is definitely the lowest. Ours was kind of like, I hate the fact that there's no teaching methods. Like, there needs to be a class, like when you're younger, of defining teaching methods or learning methods, like studying methods. There it is. There should be a class that has studying methods for people. Because people study differently. This is one of my biggest complaints. This is why, like, this systematic approach with learning sucks so badly. Is because, I forgot something. Okay. Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, so, sorry about that. I almost forgot what, if the blast resistance on the wooden plank was 2, or the blast resistance was 3, and the hardness was 2 or 3, but I figured it out now. Okay, so, I mean, pretty much, yes. It was pretty much try not to fall asleep, exist, and just pass. Well, I would say, I mean, to be fair, I found out that just doing the work was better because you were, I actually enjoyed busy work because it made me where I didn't have to talk to anybody. Because I was extremely awkward in school, just in general. I'm still awkward pretty much now, but to be fair, a lot of times I tried not to be awkward. It's just self-fulfilling prophecy, and I just become more awkward than I actually could be. It's really annoying. Yeah, group projects, oh god. Funny enough, I actually took, projects kinda I wouldn't say very seriously, but I mean, to be fair, I only took them seriously because they were actually pretty important grade-wise. I didn't care about learning whatever it was. It's just, at the time. Now, do I kind of regret not, like, learning a bit more during that time? Kinda, yeah. I mean, I wish I knew how to learn by that point. I would have learned a lot more by this point. Just in general. Just, yeah, just in general. It's just, it's kind of weird how antisocial we've really kind of come off, but at the same time, we're actually very external. I don't know if you've noticed how external, like, psychologically you, like, are inclined to be. I don't know if you've noticed that or not, but we're technically, I think, at least probably the top 3 most external types. Weirdly enough, as that sounds. Arguably the most external of the types. Okay, external meaning, this is kind of hard to explain. I don't really have the best definition for this, but external meaning, what's a good way to put this? I could do internal, and you could maybe do a reverse logic on this, but so internal means like knowing, introspecting on like knowing yourself, I guess, if that makes sense. Like knowing what you like, knowing what you react to, knowing, you get the idea. Like it's very introspective. Like it's a very FI and SI. Those cognitive functions define somebody's introspection on what they like, their individuality, if that makes sense. So external would mean more like you're focusing on what everybody else is doing, not really like what you like, seeing what people are, yeah, seeing what other people like, not really caring about your internal world, your built-in external world, more of your external, of more like focusing on the external world, if that makes sense, like other people's values, what other people are doing. Does that make sense? Hopefully that kind of makes sense. I know that may be surprising, but since we lack the introverted sensing and the introverted feeling, which are both internal functions, and we have the lowest of every type, besides ISTPs, but we have the lowest of them, of all of them. So introspecting in terms of actually truly knowing ourselves, like knowing values, where we stand, how we like how we represent ourselves to other people. What we like, what we are actually doing, instead of what other people. That's kind of where the external part comes from. It's just this, I'll have to. Okay, so C.S. Joseph has his hypocrisy series. I think he's probably gonna explain it when he gets to our type. Can't wait to see how brutal that lecture's gonna be. Oh god, I can't imagine. He just did the ENFJ lecture, the hypocrisies of ENFJ, and that one was very brutal. And he's usually not that brutal on that type. This was probably the most brutal episode for this specific type. I can't even imagine what he's gonna do for the for our type. Oh god, I can't even imagine. I think it's gonna be like earth shit. He's gonna have the camera melt. It's I mean, he already melted the camera on the cognitive transitions, the pretty much all the NFJ lectures. I'm not gonna lie, on our lectures, he's really just made it melt, except for the who are like the introduction type to the type. That's probably the calmest lecture. I mean, to be fair, on all of the types, this is calmest lecture. It's just an overview, so it's not like he's going deep into the actual types or the functions or their behaviors really. I mean, it kind of is, but it's like it's a very shallow overview of it. Which unfortunately, one of my friends looked at the INTP lecture and he got pretty much got off on it because he said, because C.S. Joseph said that he was like the master of this type was like the masters of logic, and then he would lose in an argument and stuff like that, and then he just basically drank the Kool-Aid. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude, you would just listen to that and not really think too much about criticism. What's up, McInnes? Yeah, pretty much. It's a very, very brief overview. I don't know if you've actually seen it. Have you seen the Who Are the INFJs video? I don't know if you've seen it or not. I would recommend watching it. If you haven't seen it, at least watch that one. I don't know. It was quite the eye-opener. I'm kind of glad I started with that video, not the other ones. It would have been pretty brutal. It's like, you know what? That explains a lot. Just that video alone explains, like, it's so eye-opening. But the other ones make it even more eye-opening. When he goes into more depth, oh god, more depth about the functions and stuff like that. It's so brutal. It's like each lecture, he just gets more and more brutal. Oh, well, sort of. Except for his social engineering video on that type. That one is pretty uplifting, I'm not gonna lie. That one's very uplifting versus the other ones. it's still, I mean, yeah, it's pretty brutal, but it's not as insane as like his cognitive development one, the bonus, the season 19 one. That one's like the complete opposite of the social engineering one. It's like, I'm gonna basically spit in your face type of video. Obviously for your own benefit, I mean it's supposed to be, which it does benefit quite a bit. But the other one's like, okay, so you seem depressive, so I'm gonna lift you up. That's basically the social engineering one. But to be fair, I can't think of a almost more depressive type than this almost all the time. Maybe FI demons, maybe ISFJs, but whatever. Okay, time to do more block IDs. Let's see. Okay, time to remember all of the plank variants. I don't know how I'm gonna remember these. There's no order. There's no order to any of these, so it's gonna be a little bit more difficult. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Okay, so I know there's 5 variants. Sure. God dang it. I know the first and last one are usually the darker variants of the wood, which would be spruce and dark oak. Let's see. Unless there's something I'm missing with the planks. Oh, yes. Because the two dark ones are on the first and last, which would be spruce and dark oak, which it goes from a little bit lighter, which would be the spruce, and goes into dark oak. And then, let's see. Oh, that's easy to remember. Dark oak is the, Dark oak spawns in 5 different places. That's a 5th variant, so that's easy to remember. It's kind of weird that the oak isn't technically a variant of... I mean, it is a variant, but it's not actually a variant, apparently, if you go based off the block IDs. Because oak is 5, and then it goes into the variants, which are the 5 different, so it's technically 6, but I don't know, it doesn't make any sense, whatever. Let's see. water as well. So yeah, so I know oak is the first variant because it's 5 because it's 2, the blast resistance of 3, hardness of 2. Add them together, you get the block ID of oak, and then it's spruce. I know the first and the last one are the darker variants, which is spruce. Then it's the 5th one, which is dark oak because dark oak spawns in 5 different places, and then the other ones are gonna be kind of difficult. So which is dark birch, jungle, and acacia. But I need to know what the order is. That's the problem. Well, I know the order, but I don't know how to remember the order. It's the second variant. Oh, I got it. Oh, this is very obscure. So it's the second variant, and this is extremely, but okay. So I know that birch is the second variant because you subtract the first number on each block ID with the second number, you get the number of places that it can spawn, which is 3. So it's 5, 2. So it's kind of ridiculous, but yeah, I'm doing the wooden planks. It's these variants that are so hard to remember. It's probably even easier to remember the rest of the block IDs. It's just these variants that are kind of difficult, and I have nothing else to do, so why not? I'm still making good progress anyways. And luckily I can think about it without really having to really focus on the game or put any attention towards it. Technically putting attention towards it, I'm not really putting focus. Or I don't have to put that much attention to the game. Okay, what else is left? I could just make an acronym, BJA. I don't know if that even makes sense. Which is the variants, birch, jungle, acacia. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, whatever, let's just go with that. I can't think of any other way to remember it. I mean, it's 3-letter acronym, so I mean... Which 3-letter, or 3 numbers is pretty easy to remember. Okay, so what I basically have right now is, for the variants, what's up, Hyman? pretty much what I have is the, for 5 is the block ID for oak planks. If you take the plank blast resistance of 3 and add it to the hardness of 2, you get the oak blast resistance. And then I know that the first and last one, or the first one for sure is spruce, because it's the first of the dark variants of, or the darker variants of planks, which is spruce, which should be a 5-1 wooden planks. And then 5-2, you subtract the 5 and the 3, or the 5 and the 2, you get the amount of places that birch spawns, because it goes, generally it goes from a darker color to a lighter, which would be birch being the lightest. And then you have, about a minute, mess this up. Oh wait, I forgot, I could just do the acronym, which is BJA, so it's birch, jungle, acacia. It's the 3 middle ones, and then it's dark oak. So it's the first and the last are the darker variants, which is spruce and dark oak, and then we have the birch, jungle, acacia. And then we have let's see what else there is. Oh, I did not know you're literally guaranteed oak planks in Bedrock for bonus chests. It's pretty interesting. In Java, it's a 70.5%. Alright, next one are oak saplings. Actually just sapling variants. I have to go through another variant, so it's all the different sapling variants instead. Oh wait, no, that's easy. It's the same order. It's the same order as the planks. So it's oak, spruce, birch, jungle, acacia, dark oak. I said that really weird. That's all the saplings, which is a 6. So it goes 5, which are the wood planks and the variants, and then it goes their saplings. It goes planks and saplings for the block IDs, so the 5 and 6. There has to be a better way to remember that. Alright, see you, Pie Man. Let's see. Okay, so saplings apparently have no blast resistance or hardness. Wait a second. Just gonna look through this one fast. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to truly remember this. Oh, wait, well, actually, never mind. There's... Yeah, well, actually, it's really simple, because there's just... Oh my god, there's 6 variants of saplings, which would be 6, which is a blockade of 6, whatever. It's literally the only way I can remember it. Easy way to do it. Probably not the best idea, but whatever. It's technically 6 variants. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Bedrock. Bedrock has a block ID of 7. I had no clue they had a block ID of 7. I thought Bedrock was like... Wait a second.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream for now. I may continue it later. Because I'm going to go to the store with the fam to because I do need to replenish everything I have here, so and I may continue it tonight. I'm not too sure though. I'll have to see, but yeah, I'm gonna go and end it now, just for today, and then either continue tonight or I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I have no idea, but yeah, I'll continue more Minecraft block IDs. But yeah, see you guys later.